Okay, we got a space launched by the same title. We're kind of stirring up the news pot a little today. We're trying our best to get to the bottom of this mystery. Logan and Paul, where are those UFO videos? I'm in a space. Let me link it. In the meantime, I'll just put it on speakerphone so you can hear what's going on.
It's parked out.
This is the Joe Rogan
mailbox in the desert. It's dusk. The camera.
Okay, yeah, this is the Joe Rogan. You're hearing the Joe Rogan interview
between the two seats, and it's slightly cocked
with Logan Paul and his
not level
whistleblower,
and it's filming the dashboard and the screen
with video evidence, presumably
windshield, and there's two guys in there sounding like you can't see them, sounding like they're trying to crawl under the seats. I mean, they're freaking out. And then one of them goes, "It's over the top of us. It's over the top of us." I'm like, damn, what is this video? Like, what am I, And all of a sudden, the car lights up on the inside, but the source of light is above it. Like, if you can imagine, I've never seen anything like this. If you could put a pendulum with a light source above a vehicle, like above the car, like this, but very slow and fluid motion, like rocking back and forth.
Oh, you can see my new art, by the way. That's my new art called The Lazy Way to Enlightenment. We'll maybe take a break and talk about the art later, but I hope you check it out and like it. Cool.
And they're very scared.
Oh, well.
And one kid, who's the younger of the two, is like, "I'm getting out.
Let's
I'm getting out. I'll stay in the car. It's over the top. I'll stay in the fucking car."
There we go.
He goes, "No, I'm getting out." And he gets out. And they're very scared. And one kid, who's the younger of the two, a disc that was so low you could have hit it with a rock. And I'm looking at this thing,
headphones,
and I'm like,
"It's probably the best way to do it."
And then you're going to get the what all the witnesses have tried to describe.
Okay, we'll figure it out. We'll experiment.
Like, if you could imagine,
let me know if my voice sounds
the skin on the craft glowing like phosphorus on a beach. That's what it looked like. Like the skin was alive, and it had like a yellowy orange color to it. But you could clearly see it was a disc. I mean, it was not an orb. It was a disc, but the metal lit up like it was alive. I'd never seen anything like it. And it just wobbled like it was unstable, like doing this. And the camera guy goes, "Oh my God." And then something about the batteries, and then boom, it shuts off. I looked over at Chuck Clark. I said, "This is the video everyone's been waiting for." Unbelievable.
How do you know this is real? Because all my BS meters are going off right now.
Dude,
it's Joe Rogan.
Fair enough. I get it. Fair enough. I saw this video with my own eyes.
Of course. It's a video, though.
Yeah, it's a video for sure. No question about it.
No, they make fake videos.
Absolutely. It was 1995 and they could have. But why would
1995 is harder.
Yeah. But why? It's never been released to the public. Why would you create a fake video?
What year did you see it?
I saw it like 95.
And so it's out there somewhere.
No, it's not. It's in Chuck Clark's got a copy of it. The story continues.
No, but I mean, someone has.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. I mean, in fact, if those two boys that shot it are out there, please come forward. Like, please.
How come no one's acquired this?
So I said to Chuck, "Oh my God, this is great. I can use this in my movie." Right? Great. He goes, "Oh no,
James
no, they're terrible." I said, "Well, look,
great
just put me in touch with the guy.
Join the space.
You don't have to like give."
But wait a minute, they're terrified, but they give it to a guy who lives in a trailer.
I'm just telling you.
You know what I'm saying? Though?
Absolutely.
Hey, I'm really terrified. I don't want this getting out.
But I
get it.
Guy who lives in a trailer.
I get it.
What does this guy do for a living?
He was a former military guy, and he's retired. But
just a retired military guy
for a minute
trailer. This guy's a Fed. So that he doesn't even live there.
But no,
you gotta talk to Joe Rogan sometime. He's a great
UFO.
Hang out with you.
The story
is
gets
his
better.
name Ray
Epps? I know, Joe. Believe me, I get it. But the story gets better. Okay, sit tight.
Okay.
Because I went on a couple of podcasts and I said, "Screw it, I don't care anymore. I saw this video. I'm going to start talking about it." Chuck Clark said, "If you ask me again after like 10 years or 12 years, I'm never talking to you again." So I was like, I of course asked him again. I said, "I'll give you 30 grand for the video," and he's not talking to me. So I went on like Concrete podcast, and I went on this guy Julian Dorian's podcast, and I went on a bunch of other podcasts, and I gave the whole story. Let's let somebody else pick up the ball and run with it. I'm just telling you what I saw. Okay. I get contacted a couple of years ago by a guy. He goes, "I saw that video too." Then another guy contacts me. And he goes, I'm a private investigator. I find people. I said, well, his name's Chuck Clark. Go to it. So he finds him. Right at that time, I'm going on the Impulsive podcast with Logan Paul. And I tell Logan Paul the story, and he has exactly the same response you have. And I don't blame him.
Hold on.
I'm not here to convince anybody of anything.
Hispanic ad.
I'm just telling you what I saw.
How do I turn
it
this
was
off?
Very impressive what I saw.
What?
Very impressive. If it was a fake, my God, that was well done. Better. I mean, he should be making movies with Spielberg. So anyway.
What is this channel's name? Who has this again?
Chuck Clark.
Chuck,
so,
what are you doing?
Look, well, let me finish. So Logan Paul, he's like, I want to go to this guy's house. I said, hey, I got the guy. He's got the information. Logan's like, this is all behind the scenes. So Logan Paul takes, I put him in touch with this guy, and this guy lives in the middle of nowhere. I mean, it was like Logan Paul takes a Mercedes with a bunch of guys and $100,000 in cash, a big brick. And he goes out to this guy's house in the middle of the desert. And Logan calls me in the middle of nowhere. And he's like, you sure your contact's legit, dude? My phone doesn't work. I'm in the middle of nowhere. I got $100K cash in my pocket, and I can't find this guy. I said, no, I'm sure he's good, you know? And so Logan goes in there and meets Chuck Clark. And Chuck Clark's like, yeah, I got the tape right here.
Chuck Clark, join the broadcast. Says, we got to find his social media.
And the guy says, no way.
But
and so Logan Paul.
He does, that's a clue.
Reveal this for the first time. Logan Paul has got a button camera on his dress, on his clothes. So Logan Paul's like, all right, well, this guy doesn't want
very Logan Paul thing to do.
You know, he's going to die with it. So let's get this thing on camera. So Logan's like, well, let me see it at least. So Logan like looks at it with this thing and, oh, could you show it to me again? Gets another angle, and then he leaves. So Logan's like, I don't know if I want to go public. I mean, I don't really own the video. I don't know. It seems like a bit of a gray zone. So I said, look, you know, this is a story that might be of interest to Bob Lazar, because maybe Bob Lazar should see this video and he could make a determination. I'm just saying. Or maybe George Knapp or Jeremy Corbell might be interested. This is not my domain. I'm not a Bob Lazar big guy. I don't know enough about Bob Lazar. I met Bob Lazar in the early 90s. And he told me, I came up to him at a conference and I said, hey,
I need to get this ad-free
thank
version.
you for coming forward. And he said, I didn't have a choice. That was my only, I don't know anything about the case. I know, you know way more than I do about the case, but I'm just saying, I'm just putting this out there.
How do I know more about the case than you?
Well,
you literally make documentaries.
This is where they get into
I mean, you got one person's account and it's fascinating. And I believe that Lazar believes what he's saying. But I've talked to George Knapp about this, and George said the same thing. I said, maybe, I mean, just maybe. And I'm not out here attacking Lazar or nobody else. I'm just saying maybe he was used as a disinformation plant that seeds some real information and some bogus information just to kind of test the waters and the reaction of the public. I don't know.
Most certainly that's possible.
Yeah, I really
most certainly that's possible.
It's not my domain.
It's also, I would imagine, if you're going to give people access to classified information like that, you'd be very careful. And you would probably add in some stuff that's not true.
Yes.
So it doesn't matter whether or not, as long as like they have a bunch of stuff that's absolutely provable nonsense.
Yes.
On top of the stuff that's probably real, then they get discredited.
Yes.
Which, you know, I mean, look, there's a lot of weird stuff about the Bob Lazar story. A lot of weird stuff about it. And the one that sticks in my mind, and I know this probably shouldn't because it's possible to do, is that it's been consistent. His story's been absolutely consistent since the late 1980s. Now that's possible to develop a narrative, and if you're disciplined, he's obviously very intelligent. You could just like craft the longest con the world has ever known and make no money from it and turn your life upside down and have the feds search your property, which they did.
And I don't even mean to cut you off, Larry, sir, but I do know where those UFO videos are.
Possession I know where the Element 115, and that there really is a stable version of this element that we discovered in a particle collider, or we accurately, they predicted it and then proved it to be real in a particle collider. But that wasn't until like the
Tittles.
2000s. When was it like when they?
Where it's at. I have the
I want to say,
right.
was it like 2011 when they officially discovered
that
particle 115?
I think it's titties.
Or element 115. But this element, he said, was stable
titty guy,
wherever these beings are from. And
maybe
they use it to propel their craft through a means of bypassing.
Oh, hey guys, I'm trying out the. Okay, let's do a gentle pause, Brother Larry. It's quiet on set. Can you guys hear me? I'm trying out my audio setup on my computer. Am I echoey?
No.
Cool. The learning curve progresses. You can hear me now. Okay, Mr. Tittles. We're going to vibe to the recording for research purposes. But while you've interrupted slightly rudely, can you please tell us where you're hiding the footage? Is he speaking?
He's not speaking. Mr. Tittles.
Okay, Mr. Tittles, you're going to have to put up or shut up, buddy. You have one more chance. Please tell us where it is. Okay, with that, we shall get back to our hard-hitting collaborative research.
I think, Mello, I think that's all, if I remember correctly, that they talk about regarding Logan.
Well, it was glorious. Yeah.
It was very glorious.
All right. So, any initial observations, panel, in terms of what you heard?
See, now do you guys want to hear me talk or what? Like, Jesus fucking Christ.
Excuse me, you'll watch your language, worthless human. I gave you plenty of chances to speak, and you did not respond. And
I already excused my language. You don't have to tell me to watch my language, Mellow Yellow. Huh?
Yeah, fuck off. You are a waste of our time and of zero value. But thank you for being a troll. We appreciate the show. Sorry, I just got to get to my other device now.
You know, you got an interesting thing going on here, Mellow, Jello, Yellow, Demon. You got an interesting going on.
Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, no, I don't need your very stupid man's interpretation of things. I'm just trying to find the button to get rid of you. 1 second. Okay, hold on. We'll find them. I have so many devices. I'm trying to find the right one. Okay. And and okay. I think I got it. Okay, I did. I'm just sort of trying to keep the stream and the other thing. I know you're going to hear an echo now. I'm going to turn this thing back off. Okay. Sorry. I got this. It's okay. Hold on. Okay. Sorry. I have too many. You can do like some features on like the one on the browser version, and you can do some features on the phone. So one of the features that I needed to access was how to block someone, but I found it. Okay, sorry about the echo. Unmuted. All right, that's a lot of buttons to push. UFO Sarah, can you hear me?
Absolutely. What are your thoughts on what we just heard? So basically, when Fox goes back to him, he offers $30K, but Mr. Chuck Clark denies it. And then Logan offers $100K. But what we can offer Chuck Clark is safety. So my thing is, how do we get to Chuck Clark?
Is he on social media?
I don't think so, but also Logan. Pardon me, it'd be great to get Logan Paul in here.
He is on social media, I hear. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, let's get Panda, then let's get Keemstar, and then let's get James, whenever he wants to show up, obviously. And then Logan, and then we'll just summon them with our good vibes,
I think so. I think that's the way to go. Honestly, let's crack this egg. I know that there are people requesting, but it's your space. So if you want to, review that.
Right. Okay. I'm back on this. I just don't know where the buttons are on the.
Larry, what are your thoughts?
Oh, shit. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me? I was trying to say, oh, hey, 1 sec, Larry. Back on the computer, but the computer, if anyone uses the computer version, like where, if anywhere, are the necessary buttons for like, disposing of people when they shame themselves publicly. Where's the anyway? Because I get the good audio on the computer with no features, or all right. Well, I'll figure it out. Anyway, I'll just go back to the phone 1 sec. Let me just mute this thing. I'll be right with you.
Yeah, I mean, the video sounds very, very impressive. The guy's holding on to it for what reason? Why wouldn't he? I mean, 100,000 is pretty good payout. Is he greedy? Does he want more? Or is he afraid, or what? What's the deal?
Hey, Mello. If you go to the 2 people on the bottom down there, then you can go down and boot anybody you want on there.
Oh, thanks. Are you talking about on the Chrome browser?
It should be the same, I thought, for Edge and Chrome.
Yeah. Okay, looking into it. Thank you. Fuck. Hold on. All right. All right, we're trying to bring up Kevin. Hopefully you can hear us.
Hi, Kevin.
Hey, Sarah. Good to see you.
What are your thoughts?
I haven't heard the interview yet, just the parts you guys have played, and I'm really wanting to hear this whole thing play out and find out why no one's come forward with this stuff. It's one of those situations where, put up or shut up with these guys, dying to hear it or see it and get this stuff, rolling. I want to, it drives me nuts whenever they, well, we got this evidence, but.
All right, I'm just going to kill that feed for a second, try a new one, refresh the app, and also get to my other work in just a moment. This is doing some work right now. Okay, it doesn't work. That's fine. All right, I'm just going to use my phone for now. All right. Let's get back to the stream. All right. Just us now. Okay. Let's turn on the one. Sorry about the technical problemos. Oh, I can't even hear this one now. Okay. Time to recycle myself. All right. I'm ready to. Okay, we got MetaBook. Seems like a real person. We give people chances. I just need to have the kill switch available, otherwise it gets unwieldy, right? Reconnecting my space so I can be a host again. Please reconnect. All right.
Thing.
I'm just going to do it this way for now.
But with
you can kind of see what's going on. You can also go to this
Fox,
place, right?
He is extremely confident, and after all the work that he puts in, the blood, sweat, and tears that
coffee,
this man puts into his work, to with all of his documentaries, to be completely astonished by this piece of video that he's watching. I mean, that says a lot to me.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, because I remember Jamie Foxx clear back to when he used to go on Larry King's show, and that was decades ago.
Let's just say please,
and
not least.
And Jamie's got
please.
He got credibility one way or the other.
Okay,
he's got staying power, and he's been doing this stuff so long.
We got this.
But if he wants to come out and roll stuff out and show his process,
copy link,
and show the evidence, he can do it. He can do it out in public. And he's got enough, behind
does it not let me do links? It does.
Get a platform no matter what. And he can get a good platform.
Getting the coffee.
That's gonna,
we've been through a bit of a technical ordeal. Just need to be
ABC
a little more jittery to deal with it.
Whatever he needs to do, one way or
let's
the
get
other.
VC. VC's a real person.
He's coming out with
add VC to the speaker panel.
He'll get whatever
this meta person seems all right
for the public to make it,
okay, let's pay attention
to make it straight out. So
they're going to yell at me.
No excuse for him not to have whatever he needs to roll anything out.
I think if what he's saying is true, if this story is true as we heard it, the thing we all have to understand is that guy Chuck, whatever, he's not putting that out. People will die if he puts it out. That's the kind of thing we're looking at here. That's $100,000. Here you go. $100,000. Turned it away.
Yeah, $100,000 cash. And he turned it away.
$100,000 cash is a lot of money. May I speak? I don't really care about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Meta. Take your
awesome. So UFOs. Can we talk about unidentified flying objects for just a couple of minutes?
Oh yeah, access granted. Yeah. What's on your mind?
A UFO is just that, an unidentified flying object. Does that mean that there's aliens in those? Is that what we're inferring here?
No one's inferring. Are you?
I mean, I tend to infer because I tend to assume because people make asses out of you and me. But Stacy is one. Yeah. Anyways, I'm at the gym right now and I'm just like, what the fuck are these guys talking about? It's simple what the UFOs are. The big zippy things that go around and the government fucking release, it's simple what they are. They're other countries. Come on, guys. Aren't we all American here? No, we're probably not. So can we just lock in and start acting like there's little aliens? This is the stuff Logan Paul can't say. There are no UFO videos. They already showed you the UFO video. Fuck.
Oh, get the fuck out.
You're telling me China doesn't have better technology than us? Look at the fucking kids in China. Look at the 24-year-old kids compared to the 24-year-old kids in America. Just look at them. How about you do a quick comparison to the average one compared to the average one? But no, you guys are all worried about fucking UFOs and your government.
All right, you don't know what anyone's talking about or worried about, do you? Right? You're just making little assumptions based on nothing, no knowledge. It's cool. You can listen if you like. Okay. So in the meantime, Brother Larry would love to get this back on track with an analysis of what we're talking about. Look, we're bringing in. Okay, this is part of my not to confuse the dum-dums out there, but this is also this is related to my philosophy, as you know, Sarah knows. I'm working on a new chapter publicly, as I tend to do. And this one, the working title is Pop Culture Jiu-Jitsu. Anyway, but the idea being trying to use these sort of pop cultural elements to get to the nature of reality and to get people to notice and care about these things. So unfortunately, when people are not going to engage in a serious manner, we will have to gently and with sweet love and tenderness lower them, at least just temporarily, to the listening section. Meta, thank you for being here, though. Okay, Mr. Larry. Brother Larry. Brother Larry. Sweet Brother Larry. So we're talking about the risks here, right? And I think it was Kevin brought it up and other people. Oh, Zim, I think most recently. If this is all true as described by this fellow, $100,000 would probably to some people not be worth it in terms of being tortured and murdered. It could, if the funds do get to go to the right place, provide for a nice little like mausoleum somewhere on cheap land, and that could be a consolation to the loved ones at least.
Okay, now, yeah, this is a mystery. Why would he turn down $100,000? I mean, I think the only reason is that he thinks he can get more from a major network or something like that. But without a statement, we're left to speculate. So we need more information.
Yeah, it's a lot of speculation, I'm afraid, which is why we need, time permitting, at Logan Paul to jump in, and break some news with us, of course. And James Fox, the most brilliant documentarian on the subject. Keemstar too, of course, because he did do Skyfire News and he has to come back and visit us sometimes. We feel like he walked away for some cigarettes and then that was it. And I know he still loves us. So VC, what's up, buddy?
Hey, good morning. Yeah, I think I remember hearing that story with Rogan, and unfortunately I just came in here at the last minute, so I didn't hear the whole thing, and somebody was kind of interrupting the process. But the way it was luminescing and wobbling, I've heard people talk before, somebody that saw an account of a UFO in Canada where it was sort of wobbling over a house and was able to disappear quickly, take off and disappear. So that's not an uncommon sight with a UFO, that it's wobbling like a top, some people describe. But I'm just curious, something that was from 1985. So why would that be such a threat to anything that see something like that. I don't understand what was so fantastical about the technology from it that was demonstrated. Did anybody, pick up a why that would be so threatening to see that object?
I just think that it's demonstrating non-human characteristics. So it would be. I don't buy the conspiracy of killing to keep a video.
Yeah, what kind of evidence is a video anyway, right?
Exactly.
And don't they want to? There's a lot of different actors out there, presumably, but those most interested in controlling the narrative, in my guesstimation, want us to think about the idea of things like this without proof. So I don't. Why bother killing someone and have all that exposure?
Yeah.
I see we have Game in here. I'd love to get his view, his point of view.
Indeed, and he has just joined us on the dais. It's lovely to see you. He breaks amazing news all the time. So how's it going, man? Oh, I think we're having a technical error. In the meantime, while we're getting them working, let's say hi to JJust.
Yeah, my question was going to be the Game. I'm wondering what he's hearing on the disclosure front. So
If anyone hears him speak, let me know, because sometimes I have to recycle myself.
maybe you need to drop him down and bring him up.
Okay, we're going to recycle you, my friend.
Well, while we wait, could someone fill me in on the who Logan Black is and why is he rich?
Yes, Logan Black and Logan Paul are the same person, interestingly enough.
I mean, Logan. Did I say Logan Black?
Yeah, you did, but maybe there's a reason you did.
Lover.
Yeah.
But yeah, Logan Paul.
I know you're so wrapped up in the Logan Black community, and that's why he's on your mind. It's very sweet. Good morning, Astral. How's it going, buddy?
Hey, what's up, man? This is an interesting case with Logan Paul and his involvement. I remember about a year ago where this was kind of like one of the main things that was coming out in 2 weeks. And I don't know if you guys remember, if anybody was on there, there was actually a dude who was there, like, who claimed to be facilitating the deal between the guy who had the video and then Logan Paul and James Fox, and kind of, he was on a space, but he talked about that the guy doesn't even have the video anymore, the main video, the actual video.
That's what I was wondering, because I don't think it would turn out 100,000 unless he doesn't have it anymore.
Well, he got offered by Logan on the spot 100,000, and I think that it was kind of like he had to do it then, or the deal was maybe off the table. And then it ended up that Logan Paul was secretly recorded it with like a camera on his shirt. I think that's what Logan Paul has, and I don't know why. I guess he hasn't released it. One of my thoughts is that he would get sued if he released it by the guy, and also that to me he's probably seen, since he recorded that, a bunch of feedback and videos that are kind of similar, and that people haven't been like, oh, wowed about it. It's been more of like, yeah, it's bullshit. So is it worth like that to then get sued for thousands of dollars because he kind of stole the video, and the story's kind of out there now of how it all went down?
Yes.
Well, just one thing to add just quickly about the video too, since it's from 1985, the resolution quality is so poor. Remember, that's
okay. I'm gonna get some more coffee. We gotta
really, you're not going to get that.
We gotta reach out to Logan Paul and Logan Black, who are the same person.
How close was it? From the camera to, hello, you're in the programs and stuff.
I think that you look at.
biggest podcasts in the world, you know it's serious. So that's the last thing that I've really been able to share with you guys is that James is kind of slowing down a little bit. I think that once his film is ready, that's when he'll probably do some promos and get back into his media appearances. But right as of right now, Congress is at a standstill. The whistleblowers are kind of at a standstill. Everybody's in idle, and I'm just waiting for this October thing. That's what for me personally, I'm just waiting for this October revelation, whatever it may be. That's what I'm ready for.
Can you rebrief us on that just like a little bit? Because some of the audience doesn't know about it.
Yeah, I was just going to ask. I can as much as I can only give you as much information as I have. And basically, a few months ago, the Vatican met with IC, the intelligence community, for a briefing about the UAP and HI topic. And the last time, from what I gather, the last time that they've ever done that was in October of 1978. So for them to do that this year, especially with the rumors around October, now the military has been, of course, you guys know that the military's been planning for an event. And that's not me reporting this, guys. It's not like me saying this just outside the box. This is military personnel saying this. So, we got to give some sort of credence to them.
Okay, what kind of event?
I don't know. I just don't know. I can't put my finger on it, and I don't want to guess because you guys know how social media is. If I put my own thoughts into it, and I'm wrong, then there goes, my integrity with everybody. So I just want to kind of step back along with you guys. You guys are the freaking experts here, not me. I mean, seriously, you guys always have an all-star panel. Astral is who I follow. Sarah, even the white-haired guy, I absolutely adore when he talks. So I just think, you guys are the experts. I got lucky. Okay, I got lucky with last year's reporting on the whistleblower story. That's the truth. It wasn't anything special about me. It wasn't anything, that I've done or that I have more knowledge about than you guys. I just got lucky with knowing about the whistleblower story beforehand. That's it. I come to you guys for the information. Now, with the Vatican stuff, I can tell you that there was a map included with the information that I received, and that map had pinpoint circles on it.
Reconnect,
but
baby.
It didn't have any like.
Okay, it's working. Sorry.
Tell me what those circles.
Oh,
Can you
what's
tell
up?
us which geographical places were circled?
I don't have that pulled up.
Okay, we'll get this thing back up here. The Twitter app can be a little glitchy, Stream back on. Why is it so small though? Okay, well, I'll at least show you what it kind of looks like. God damn this thing. Join. I almost reported my own space. That was the wrong one. Learning curve, doing stuff. That's stupid thing. I have to join from an alt. I'll try that.
I don't know what that map meant. I have no clue. It could be something sort of like.
And then it makes it all tiny. I make it big. Item messages. Is this the thing? And then we can. I'm not paying attention to it. Picture.
was a
Full
remake.
screen?
The Vatican was involved.
You need to make these apps better, man.
That's
Panda down there? No. Panda to jump in here. Gotta get Science Bob up here. Science Bob, come on. Oh, whatever. I'll just share it this way. It's the best I can do. Okay, sorry. This is a shitty. Oh, I figured it out. Okay, we're good. We're good. Present.
Can you hear
No, I can't. I'm gonna drop down and then come back to the connection problems. Just 1 second, sir.
Come back up.
Legislation or things like that. That's
There we go.
1 second, please.
All right, we're back. We're back, baby.
So, Game, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you
Okay.
loud and clear.
Cool.
you
So
hear that?
based on my notes,
I'm gonna-
Shenzhou, China, which is the place that you said had the largest shooting.
Yeah. Yes, that's one of the places.
Kentucky, Louisville, Lexington, Dayton, Ohio, Indiana, Mid-Southern, Southwest Illinois, Chicago, Michigan, Southeast Phoenix, off the coast of the Pacific in the water, North Carolina coast. You also said Westchester, New York, and you kind of asterisked that.
Oh, I know. I got a lot.
Yeah,
of there's for my movie.
Okay, so this isn't verified or
That's what I'm
nothing,
gonna do.
but this
Oh,
is
your
just
horse.
talk. This is just chatter. That
Oh, I
Westchester,
don't want to
New
end
York
this.
is like a one of the most. That's where a lot of. Okay, so this is going to sound crazy, and I don't know if I'm correct on this, so just don't run with it. But Westchester, New York is where like most of the people end up missing.
Where's the button to go to my
And that's
photo?
where
You know?
a lot of the people think that abductions happen more frequently than anywhere else in the world. I don't know why, but if you look at the data, I guess, if someone's really good at researching, I know you are, Sarah. If you look at the data and you look at missing people or missing children, that is one of the
why did they make it so hard?
that is like an odd place that has more that type of stuff frequently happens, and there's more. I guess there's more people that talk about experiences or being an experiencer in that area. I don't. I haven't studied it and I haven't looked into it, but that's basically the chatter amongst the
Twitter,
the James Foxes of the world, I guess.
And then while we have you up here, Game, if you don't mind shedding light on possibly what you know about what we were originating this based on, which is the Logan Paul video and James Fox. We played a clip earlier.
Oh, I got a fucking
space via Larry. Thank you, brother Larry.
With Gavin Wentz at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So don't let me forget to.
I mean, I know that me and James have talked about this privately, and I know that like he's emphatic that it's real. I mean, he gets excited like when he talks, and he's like, "Man, you've got to see this video." I'm like, "Send it to me." He's like, "No, you'd release it." I said, "Well, like." I was like, how could we get it? He's like, I don't have it right now, but I know that Logan, he talked about Logan Paul, and he basically said the same thing to me in a shorter version than what he said on Rogan. But he was excited about it. Like you could hear it in his voice. And I truly believe him. James is one of those creatures that is the person that I highly respect, not just because he's in the UFO field, but because he's for me, he's a true journalist. He vets his stuff. Yeah. I mean, he does what he does what journalist 101, the very basics of journalism. He does all of that. He makes sure his I's are dotted and his T's are crossed, and I love that about him. From a journalist standpoint of view, he's up there with like Cheryl Atkinson and Catherine Herridge and James Rosen and Jim Ferguson. He's up there with the best, and
His success, shows that. But yeah, he hasn't really. There's not any additional information coming out about that. I should have been more journalistic with him telling me that story. I should have asked questions, but he was kind of
no, I have not.
well, he was he was about to go hiking, and I didn't really want to take up too much of his time.
Get these famous people
But,
make a big space.
I should have taken and asked more
At them on the
pertinent
timeline,
questions
ask
like you
people
guys.
to repost the space.
But I just didn't. But I do think that Logan Paul, I think that story is absolutely accurate, and I think that if you guys can beg him to release it, you guys would probably have more success than anyone else on social media trying to get this guy to release it. And if you do, please DM me because I want to be a part of that. That would be so freaking cool.
Well, interestingly enough, that's what we're trying to do right now, collaboratively. So UFO Sarah, who's the muse and inspiration for this sudden initiative, we've been sort of in the DMs a little bit trying to scheme. But yeah, maybe we can open it up to, everyone should invite everyone to participate. First of all, the more people are aware of this, the more people care to participate. And beyond that, we can repost this and, with certain messages to catch the attention of these people for positive purposes, to help these people and to just get to the truth, which I think all these people seem to be interested in. And if the truth is they can't release it because of certain reasons, well, then we can at least clarify that. UFO Sarah and Astral and Brother and everyone else, let's just brainstorm what can be done to turn this into a bit of a party here. There comes Red Panda and Estimate. Yeah, we need the whole, we need the heavy hitters. We could turn this also into a Skyfire collab. I was hoping Brother Panda, who I guess started that whole Brother thing, good meme. I was starting to learn about it from Brother Larry. Please join us, Brother Panda. And everyone please weigh in on how best to accomplish this goal.
And I think, as Sarah said, the reason she's bringing this up is because we need a jolt right now. We would like a jolt in the field. We're all kind of in a lull, right? Everybody's in idle, as someone said earlier, and yeah, that really feels like it. And although I do see movement in just within the minds of the people in these spaces, and this is not dead. It's just continuing to grow. The excitement continues to bubble, even with the lack of events. So I'm really encouraged by that. But yes, it would be good to get a little shot of adrenaline with a nice video that is pretty much unexplainable in terms of human technology, even if it is low res. What it would do is it would tell us who are in the know that it's real, and it would give the government a chance to discredit it because it's it could be fake. So
yes, I would like to bounce off of that by saying this before we go to hands, that I do have access to the whistleblower process and its protections. If this person or persons who are in possession of the original video, I would be happy to connect you with these resources for protection. I think that this is a really, really important thing. So I want to reiterate that. I might say that a couple more times just in case somebody's secretly listening, and maybe we can help them out. We're all here for safe disclosure, safe catastrophic disclosure, maybe I'd like to say. Go ahead, Game.
Safe catastrophic. Sounds like fun. Yeah, hey, Game. Please continue.
So, sorry, I just wanted to jump in and tell you that there was some sort of rumor that Chuck Clark did get visited and raided. I don't know if I could verify that or not, but there was people from the IC community that kind of gave him a visit, which would, to me, if that is true, to me that would verify that the video is real. Well, I think it's real anyways, but it would kind of solidify the story a little bit further than what it already is. I think James is the one who told me that, but I'm not certain because this was told to me like last year that Chuck Clark was raided. Maybe it was George Knapp that said it or something, or Jeremy Corbell.
Yeah, because this was a thing about a year ago, and I think you're right. He did, because he doesn't have. I don't feel like Chuck has it anymore, and they were saying that Jake or Logan Paul's footage now is the only footage of him when he went there.
I'm hearing the same exact thing, Astro. I really am.
Yeah, I want to go get my coffee. I'll be right back.
So I think the best way forward would probably be to go. I mean, if not James Fox, it sounds like he's probably not going to do it. But Logan Paul, if we can get hold of him and see, like, why haven't you released the UFO footage now? You
little bit more overt, perhaps, in society, to talk of these things and see them on the street corners and know that they're not from around here. Those people in those days, in the ancient days, seem to all talk about exactly what you and I just said, that there's a power struggle on for this planet. And it's been that way from the very beginning. And that there's always been another force that's kept it in check. And it's always been from a good faction of NHI.
And if I could have one more follow up, Mel, I appreciate it. So you mentioned something just now that really triggered me. And I'm hearing, when I ended up getting this story last year, I heard a lot about. I'm gonna butcher this. I don't know if this is the title of the room or not, but I'm certain you're aware of this. But kind of like a Bible room, or kind of like a religious room in a very classified. Um, it's very heavily guarded. Do you know anything about that? And if you do, could you kind of elaborate on what type of materials in that room?
I know the Vatican was mentioned when I was on the program. I know they didn't like the fact that I believed in God at a certain point, because I kind of came into looking at the Bible after the first few missions, actually, that when I was in the program. And then after the program, I even had even more time to think about it. So religion is something that they pay attention to. They don't like people talking about it. So that being said, and that there are Vatican things that are going on with this, and even the Vatican has stated over the past decade or so that they believe that the reality of the Bible is there's a reality of these beings, these other beings, because the Bible distinctly calls out and says that there were certain other beings that were not called humans cast out of heaven to our earth. And that means that we're not the only created beings, unlike some of the pastors I've heard speak to, that we're the center of the universe. And I think that's completely wrong if you've read your Bible. I think if you're taking that stance, you need to read your Bible a bit better and realize that we're not the only living beings mentioned at all. So yeah, there's a big religious part of this that I think they're going to, for me, I know it doesn't go against my religion, and I don't think it's going to go against anybody else's, because they're just going to realize, oh, this is what it was like walking around back in Abram's time. And you could actually, he actually knew what, the difference between a human and a son of God was, and that's the kind of thing that we're going to have to realize, is that, oh, we're just entering into that time frame now where, yeah, these other beings are going to be more public and amongst us. But even back then, in the ancient times, they were very much not wanting to interface with us. You don't hear about the angels having a complete, a building somewhere where people were coming and going all the time and teaching the prophets. That seemed to take place on a spiritual level or a telepathic level, or what have you. And then they kept to themselves, like they're doing now. So yeah, it's kind of the same thing. It's kind of weird how things go full circle in life, and I would suspect that that's kind of what we're looking at now. So religious room, I would say, yeah, I think they've probably studied it inside the program because they had such a headache over people that believed in it. And they've probably got a reason for it. I think it's because the NHIs they're working with are not the good ones, or at least the ones that are neutral or neutral evil, as you would say. And that's just my take right now, but it's more of an opinion based on the culture that I was exposed to in the program. So I don't know if that's enough of an answer for you, because I don't have.
It does perfectly, actually. And there's a consensus amongst the people that are in the know that there is a spiritual aspect of this, and that there are more of the political figures that's working with the entities that do not have our best interest at heart. And I think that that's something that we have to really get we really need to correct, so to
Yeah, I
speak.
believe so. Outside of the program, hang on a minute. Outside of the program, I would say that part of my life and my family's, the things that they did, my family was part of it as well, from young childhood on, that we had some interactions. But it was mainly in a protective sense. And at one point, my mom was home when I was living in San Jose, California. I think I was only about 10 or 11 years old, but we were having a really hard time. My mom had to work like 3 different jobs, and I remember one week having nothing but a package of hot dogs to eat for an entire week because we were so poor. But we would also have food on our doorstep. And then this one day, these 2, what my mom called gentlemen, wearing these purple silken rain jackets in the middle of a very sunny day in California, came and knocked on the door. And my mom didn't know what to think about it. And we asked her about it. She's just like, I don't know why they're here. And I said, well, what did they talk to you about? And she's like, well, they just talked to me and asked me if I believed in God. And I thought, wow. So I got these weird experiences that are coming from like even my mother. And she's like telling me that, she's never been particularly, religious herself. But here it is, her telling me that she had this encounter when I was 10 or 11 and I was at school, and that they were concerned about our family's welfare, and that they asked if she believed in God. And I was like, holy crap, where did that come from? So there's there's something in there, at least the ones that were helping us, that obviously they asked about God, and I don't know why. But well, I can guess why, but everybody else can have their opinion. I don't want to piss anybody off. I don't want to start evangelizing on what I think it is. But that's kind of just something that happened to her one day.
Thanks so much, Mr. Sands. I appreciate it, and again, appreciate your courage for coming out, and hopefully we can get more like you to speak up. It would help the cause a lot, and bring us forward for a much clearer picture. So I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Trying to be honest, just trying to give it to you straight.
I have a quick question for you before we hit up hands real quick, Jason. Red Panda asked me a question in the DMs. He wanted to know what you thought about Lou's book and the early leak, the reviews.
Ha. Funny you bring that up. I talked to Lou directly about that when I met him just yesterday over dinner, or not yesterday, but the day before. I asked him about some of the stuff, and he just looked at me and goes, Jay, Unity hates me. And that's how he described the leak of his book. So some of the other things in there that people are picking on him about, I think you're going to have to wait until you see his full text of his booklet out. He's got a reason for everything. He's a smart man. Okay, Lou's very smart, very well connected as well. He knows also what he's up against, and some of the things in that book are meant to do exactly what you think they're meant to do, and some of the other things are kind of a poke in the eye of some of the other folks, at least in my estimation, from what I've kind of read about already in the leak. Because it's quite, that's why I'm going to wait till, the jury's out in my head until, or in my book, until I read the No Kidding book that I get. And then I'll read it for myself. But this leaked book was electronic copy. Stuff could have been switched around because, when you ship out your books overseas, like to UK, which is where this leak came from, they probably were provided an electronic copy, and they obviously didn't have the full text of it. And on top of that, they could have manipulated it too if they were getting real nasty with Lou. So to me, that already discredits what's out there. And I would encourage people to just wait until the real book gets out on the streets, then read it, then talk about it, instead of, a leaked document. To me, that's just suspect right away.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I believe it's MC Front, then Johnny Utah, Brother Larry, J Just.
Oh, hello. Thank you for having me as a speaker, and thank you, Jason, for being here to take questions. Was there ever any moral or ethical talk about the implications of keeping all of this secret from between you and like the coworkers, the other people in the know, or the program, or is it generally accepted that the rest of the wider public shouldn't know about this, or is it thought that it is wrong to keep, what is this, essentially society changing information away from, the general public?
Well, I've always held that the weaponization pieces, in other words, if we're building weapons to defend our country and our nation, that should be kept classified. The fact that there's NHI, I've always held to the fact, even while I was in the program, it was completely unclassified that they exist, okay? That was never a classified subject at all, nor is the culture that you've heard me talk about. Well, how was it like on the inside? Did they do it this way or did they do it that way? So these are the kind of things that, I think in public, they have some good aspects that it offers the public to know about the culture and the fact that we're not alone. I don't think it would help you to know all the weapon systems they built off of it, quite frankly, and it would be detrimental for our nation to do that. But for the public, I think it gives you guys the context you need as to why things are the way they are. And I think that's something very important, because once you guys are able to focus more on the truth of what's been going on, you'll ask better questions, week after week, day after day, year after year, and will be in a much better place, in a much more well-informed place. And that ultimately is where we need to be, because if we want NHI contact and we want to become part of that, that's what they're waiting for, is for us to get smarter and better at being, critical thinkers and not falling for all of this heavy-handed military, everything, be scared of everything and everybody's our enemy kind of a thing. Yeah, there's enemies out there and you have to be cognizant of that, but that's not to stop you. That's not meant to stop you from doing the right thing. You know what I'm saying? So the public knowledge, I think, is on the level of the mankind level of who we're supposed to be, which is something the military program is not helping at all with. There's no human aspect of it, period. It's all closed hold. They won't talk about it. They don't want to talk about it. They want to talk about their weapon systems. They want to talk about, squeezing every last bit of technology they can out of the NHI. And that's it. They could care less about what the real impact is here. And I think the NHI, on the other hand, are like, well, we could either go in and stomp up and down and say you humans are stupid, or we can let you guys figure it out on your own, touch the stove a couple times, burn your fingers, and figure out that this is not the way to go. And I think that's really what's getting in the way. It's not so much that the NHI don't want contact. It's because they can't interfere with that process that we're going through, at least the good ones. Now, the bad ones are probably hoping that we never get our act together and are probably seeking to, destroy any vestige of us ever making it past our own selfish desires and carnalities. And I think that's really what is known, and why I think it's important for the public to know that that's the kind of war we're in right now. It's kind of an invisible war that's really about mankind, and you've got a faction that's trying to stop us from advancing, and you've got another faction that's trying to help us to make it to the next level. And we got to be smarter than what we're doing and stop being stupefied by even politicians that maybe not even influenced by NHI and might just be stupid people and are selfish, and they're trying to get you to be scared and all this other good stuff and get you to agree to things that we shouldn't be doing. So we just have to get smarter is really my point about the public part of it. And hopefully that makes a little bit of sense to you, because I don't want you guys working on weapon systems at all. I do want you guys to meet the NHIs like I have and get to know, at least what that's about. And that's all I can relate to you, is that that's the important piece. You as the public are the reason that we're either going to be contacted or not. And that's really, really a profound statement that I just made for all of mankind. We are the only reason why that's going to happen or not. Okay. And I think that's what the ultimate goal is here for the public. Does that make sense?
I think so. Thank you for the very detailed answer. And yeah, if they are testing us, I wonder, like, if we don't know the parameters of the test, how are we supposed to pass? Right? It would help to know what metrics they are using to judge us. But yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. I'm going to go back to listening.
Well, getting back to the metrics part of that is that the other piece of this is not complex like some people are making it. I think the CIA and the program would like to make it sound like they're the only ones that can handle this NHI contact, when all along, if you look at the actual firsthand witnesses, most of them have been talked to on a very simplistic level and very spiritual or emotional level, and some of these NHI are actually pleading with them to send the message that you need to get better at this. You need to get better at being people, and that's what's missing out of all this stuff, because if you keep your eye on these shiny little objects all the time, you're missing the message. And that's my point. That's me singing. I'm done.
Over.
Yes, I can. You talking to me? Well, I don't have a question. I'm listening, but what's on my mind is simply that the last 13 months, almost 13 months, I think goes down as one of the most extraordinary 13 months in the history of the United States. Certainly political, governmental, all that's happened. I mean, historians are going to be examining this in great detail for centuries, if not, well, certainly a long time. And we're just trying to keep up with it, and hopefully it's going to end well. But what 13 months it has been.
There seems to be a little bit of a lull lately. Do you see that because of the election, or like a period where there's not maybe going to be a lot of stuff happening in terms of disclosure, but maybe after the election because of that?
Well, the lull is because the disclosure process is essentially a political it is a political process. It's non-partisan, should be, but that doesn't mean it's not political. And it is directly tied to all kinds of political issues and people. And again, this 13 months has just been off the charts. And so we had enormous things happening, great headway being made last July and August. And of course, the Schumer bill, the massive Schumer-Rounds bill, was a milestone. And then the press was covering it, enormous coverage, which I track, as you know, carefully. And then there was the pushback against the bill, gutting of it. The media stepped back, took a breath, and the focus turned to serious politics. And Schumer said he would come back with something. Fine. But for several months go by, and we're focused now on the other political thing, which is just one of the most extraordinary election campaigns of all time. And then Robert Garcia drops a portion of that bill into the House side. He's a Democrat. He drops it in, and that's the UAP review panel. Of course, Johnson immediately said, no, that's not going anywhere. But still, it was the fact that he did it. And then, of course, other things started happening, again, regarding the election. And overall, the election continued to increasingly dominate the situation, meaning disclosure had to take a back seat to this. It was obvious. And each week that went by, it went deeper into that back seat. And then Schumer makes his move, and he drops a bill on the Senate side. Now, my sources tell me that his intention was to drop a full, exact copy of the original UAP Disclosure Act, the whole thing, which he said he would do, and I thought he would do, and said he would do on numerous podcasts. But apparently, Mike Rounds convinced him, don't do that, don't go that far, and so he put in essentially what Garcia did. He put in a new bill into the Senate side for the UAP Control Act. And that was a big deal. And it would have gotten a considerable amount of press. It didn't. Why? Because within hours of that, somebody tried to assassinate the former president of the United States. And so now the disclosure is really taking a backseat. And that is absolutely still the case, and it's going to remain the case until this election is resolved at the end of the year. So you've got, I consider, the most profound event in human history really reaching a climax, heading toward resolution. At the same time, one of the most intense, extraordinary elections in American history, both happening at the same time. I basically have just done my best to keep up with it. I've gone through 2 full prescriptions of Xanax. I don't sleep well, but I'm not bored. I'll say that. I hope that made sense.
No, I'm exactly on. I agree with everything you said. Yeah, this is politically, we're just in a mess right now to where the UAP thing. I actually don't want the UAP thing to come in at this point. I felt the same way when the NDAA came out in 2022, that it was right around, the wrong time frame, because it's like people are going to politicize this, and I would hate for that to happen, because it needs to be a bipartisan issue where we're all in agreement, not taking sides or making it a political agenda.
Can I add something, Ross? I think it is remarkable how nonpartisan this issue has been maintained in spite of all the politics. It really is proven something that we've said all along. This is the most nonpartisan issue you can imagine. And so you had activity going on in the House with a number of people who are clearly Republican and so forth, and Burchett and Luna and Mace, and they were basically approaching it in a very nonpartisan way. And then you had the actions coming from the Senate side, and that was Mike Rounds and Schumer, Republican, Democrat, nonpartisan. And so it really hung in there as long as it could, which is a testimony to the fact that it does transcend politics. It transcends pretty much everything. But ultimately, there's only so much these people can do. In other words, at some point, they had to put this aside, because an election of a enormous consequence to either party was literally happening and getting increasingly more intense. And so but I think they put it aside because they understood, no, this should not be politicized. And by and large, it hasn't been. It's not involved really in the battle going on, which is nasty as it could possibly be. But you don't see the ET issue being thrown around. And so my hats off to all of the politicians have managed to keep this in a nonpartisan way as they pursued their desires to win these elections.
The UAP issue is fairly nonpartisan, but I would hate for anyone to be distracted from getting us through the next few months. Be it as it may, the disclosure is not going to help us get to the point that I was making before. That it's not the fact that we're going to see some shiny objects on the White House lawn. That's never been the point, I don't think, of any kind of contact in the past. And we can do that with, regardless of I think we'd ultimately like to see is that, yeah, we do get over all the crazy. How do we deal with this kind of stuff? And actually, I need Mr. Bannon. Um, it's actually to my godson was asking Jake's sperm, which was kind of funny when he said that, but that's not what they look like. In Utah, the most vivid, which is like 40 miles north, Mason, by Roosevelt. And the weird thing about it was if we were fishing on the lake at night, and then and it would appear again, and then it would disappear with my video, and there would be nothing there. And if it's a star or if it's really close to it, it's like I said, it's not a super, but a super or not just a word or time. Some things occur there, but I've seen those. I've been in a lot of places, fighter jets and bombers and everything else. These weren't the death that it was. We thought maybe it was lights from and through that area, but there was no way. And the real question that I have
seems to be where I've seen that the most. After this, I gotta go to a family dinner. The answer might to elevation. No, I would say the Curtis are planet and other, and even John. So, for example, and maybe that's the reason we happen to be observing them.
We're hearing that these and they're in the halls of confidence, the levels of that would be the election. If you think there is one, that would actually address, fix this.
That would ask the other one, Steve.
To be getting ahead with our current, or another way to go around this today. But yet they're going to us. So what do you think we can do to change? Who wants, yeah, who wants to discuss?
What do you think? It's going to be asking interactive and all press. So that takes a little bit of background to involve this they're comfortable in the program to do it and very little oversight. Both desire and pray. Uh, Adding here that they have stated in this for now. So let's change that. Well, also appearing in this the government in many try to get the disclosure. We get to I finally admitting to the people. Okay, so there's a program people take all their topics, take on this contact, this, you know,